Winston, what are you doing, Mother? Winston, come here. Winston, what's this, Mother? Winston? Winston, come here. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. What's this? Good boy. Good boy, Charlie. Good boy. Oh,
one of our main lines of inquiry was obviously looking at his phone records. We were able to establish Charlie was getting phone calls. There were texts coming in not long before he was finishing his shift, which in simple terms were asking for what time are you getting home? And it was the same number. We knew that someone was persistently contacting Charlie before he finished his shift that evening.
Detectives learned the messages sent to Charlie that night and from his friend, Nadine Kurubus. They soon discovered the actual Charlie's ex-boyfriend.
We understood that Kurubus was a previous partner of Charlie's. Their relationship finished in around December 2007, a few months before the attack on Charlie. We knew that Kurubus was close to Charlie's family. They took him in as one of their own. And even after the relationship, he was still very close to the family. So we were keen to speak to Kurubus as a witness, see if he could help us understand more about Charlie's life.
Charlie and contacts met at the mine, which is where I found Charlie and from his work. Charlie ended up working shifts alone with Kurubus on a Sunday night. Charlie called me and said they closed up and got closed. Charlie said that he'd met this really good-looking guy. He was really fit, looked like Peter Andre. He was smitten. It was within a day or two he brought him back to my house. And he seemed very charming. Very, very quickly he became part of our household. Charlie started talking about marriage. Charlie wanted children. I think he truly believed that Nadine was the person that he could do this with. Kurubus briefly staying with Charlie. Charlie came to me and asked if Nadine could move in with me. It put a little bit of strain on mine and Charlie's relationship. I was helping out a friend and I felt that he was taking advantage a little bit of my kindness. Our close relationship was slightly hampered by Nadine's presence. My really easygoing friend who was full of fun was becoming more serious and seemed to be acting quite irrationally. I said to the guys, we're going to have to go and find somewhere else to live. I can't, I've done my bit now. They were quite upset by that. And yeah, things became a bit tense then. After the fallout of the friendship, Kurubus had signed up for a county court in Manchester and invited Charlie to join him. I did feel sad. He was my best friend. He was my sexual partner in crime. Charlie was happy. He wanted to move with Kurubus and start this new life. And it wasn't until they went to Manchester that the cracks started to show. Days after the petrol attack, while Charlie Davis lying in hospital, police questioned his ex-boyfriend, Nadine Kurubus, after finding his messages on the victim's phone.
At that stage, we had no reason to suspect Kurubus was involved in the. What we did want to talk to him as a witness. Kurubus was concerned about what had happened to Charlie. He was concerned about his prognosis, his injuries, and he hoped or wanted to be able to care for Charlie if and when he recovered. We asked him if he knew who might have committed these attacks. He was very clear that he wasn't there that night, anywhere near the attack in June 2008. In fact, he said he stayed with a friend that evening. Of course, an obvious part of inquiry is to find the friend that he said he was staying with and see what they have to say.
As police seek to confirm Kurubus' alibi, friends recall troubled times for Charlie in Manchester. When he moved to Manchester, our contact did dissolve a little bit, and I was upset. Charlie was very much confined to the house, and he told me that Nadine had very much expected him to almost take on the role of a wife. I believe Nadine became a he'd left the house, if he talked about a new friend, it would start around and Nadine would hit him. I think there's a common misconception that only women can be the victims of domestic abuse, and that's absolutely not the case. If we look at Charlie and Karen Boothes' relationship, I think there are some really clear indicators of a toxic and abusive relationship. Karen Boothes knows that Charlie's attractive or feels threatened by that, which to me as well suggests that Karen Boothes is deeply insecure.
I would call this coercive control. He's isolating Charlie, taking away his social support. Creating this environment of fear, he's controlling his movement, in turn violent towards Charlie. So we're seeing this shift, this power dynamic.
Having experienced violent side, Charlie wants out. And that's an instant change of focus.
Charlie mentioned they had a burglary. Karen Boothes was scared to be there on his own. He felt bad for him.
But all was not what it seemed because the cause of burglary.
Charlie called me and said things had been stolen. Started being here in the house. And Charlie questioned him on where these come from.
Charlie was convinced it had been staged by Nadine.
So potentially Karen Boothes had created the story, this burglary, to create some dependency as a vulnerable individual that Charlie should never or could never leave.
That was the last straw for Charlie, I believe. Charlie breaks up with Karen Boothes and goes back to his mum's house to stay in West London.
I remember trying to call him in. He thinks that he was coming.
He apologised profusely on the first day that I saw him, which I accepted. I knew that his actions weren't his own. He seemed like a different person, much more serious. We're talking less than 2 years they were together, and he seemed to have aged by 10. I was quite worried about him. Once Charlie was back in London, Nadine constantly contacted him and would turn up at the house. He was obviously trying to make amends and rekindle the relationship. Charlie did tell me once that he was going to Thorpe Park with Nadine at the weekend. So I said, you're mad. I thought he was entering dangerous territory, to be honest.
But, Charlie would told me that he was clear with Karen Boothes that their intention of getting back to him.
Though they're broken up, Charlie still seems vulnerable to Karen Boothes' abandonment.
People often wonder why do victims stay within these kind of coercive controls or domestically violent relationships. The perpetrator might apologise for their previous discretion and they might manipulate the victim into thinking that their relationship will be much more equal and much more trusted going forward. That it's set out that it turns out that Karen Boothes let go and it's just spiraled into this net.
Back at the station, while Karen Boothes is being questioned as a witness, he provides police with an alibi for the night Charlie had passed, saying he was with a female friend in London.
We found the friend, and what became really interesting is that the friend told us the following day after the attack, Karen Boothes had contacted her to meet at Hounslow train station and how he'd asked her to forcibly give him an alibi.
Knowing Karen Boothes has now lied about his alibi, police turned to technology to uncover where he really was the night of the crime.
Karen Boothes said he was nowhere near the address the night Charlie was attacked. So we checked Karen Boothes' phone records and more importantly checked his cell site location data. What that showed us was that his phone was in the area at or around Charlie's address at the time of the attack that night. At that point, Karen Boothes became a suspect and we went out and arrested him.
I had a call from police. They'd arrested Karen Boothes. What the hell's going on?
Now, as an official suspect in custody, Nadine Karen Boothes is proving to be a slippery character.
We presented Karen Boothes through the interview with the new evidence. It's also evidence for his phone. He changed his story to say that he'd gone to the address to pick up a phone charger with a near the address. He was scared, so he got back in the car, and effectively they turned around and drove away. I felt we'd made a significant breakthrough in the investigation. Cory Lucas had lied. Why wouldn't you tell the police about these two men that caused such serious and awful injuries to somebody that you loved and cared for? It didn't add up.
Cory Lucas now claims he was with a different friend the night of the attack. Police bring this person into custody.
His account is somewhat different to Cory Lucas, albeit they agree that the friend drove him to Charlie's address. What he says he drove there for is because Cory Lucas wanted to go and effectively beat someone up, someone that owed Cory Lucas £2,000. The friend talks about driving to the address. He drove around the corner and he saw Cory Lucas get something out of the boot and disappear off up the alleyway. He had a scream a short while later, and the next thing is he sees Cory Lucas come running back to the car, out of breath, in the car, and they drive off. No conversation was had at all whatsoever about what happened later. So straight away we've got some huge discrepancies between the friend's account on one hand and Cory Lucas' account on the other.
Now having heard 3 different stories from the night of Charlie's attack, police want to know more about this master deceptor, Nadine Kouroukoukis.
Despite to whom it's a hit life. And Cory Lucas had a previous relationship around about 2005, 2006, which had ended not by Cory Lucas' choice.
Another lover of Nadine, who began to reject him, had his car damaged by Nadine, who was driven all the way to Buckinghamshire in order to carry out the attack armed with a claw hammer and a crowbar.
Now here we are with a relationship that's ended with Charlie, and there's been further instances very much similar to what happened in 2005, 2006.
This is a critical discovery for investigators. This shows Nadine had a history of violence. Police also consider this when looking at the previous attacks on Charlie's family.
Charlie Davis's mother's car had been set on fire. There had been a family row between Charlie Davis and Nadine, during which Mrs. Davis had written to him saying basically that they did enough of this, leave the house, and without a doubt Nadine was extremely angry.
While there is no physical evidence that Nadine Kouroukoukis was allegedly behind the prior attacks on Charlie, circumstantial evidence is building.
Clearly what we're dealing with is an individual who was just hell-bent on revenge.
Reflecting on Cory Lucas' personality traits, dominating and controlling, he's completely insecure and clearly he lacks empathy. To me, it seems quite clear that he's the kind of person that might want to seek revenge on Charlie if Charlie tries to leave the relationship. The question is, will Cory Lucas go this far as setting Charlie, his ex-partner, the person that he's most in love, on fire?
While Nadine Kouroukoukis is being interrogated by police, the unthinkable occurred.
When Charlie was fighting for his life in hospital, everybody was just waiting. There was a moment of hope. They thought that he was coming round, but he didn't.
12 days later after the attack, Charlie tragically lost his fight for life. This was now a murder inquiry.
12 days after the brutal attack on Charlie Davis, he tragically passes away. Friends and family reel from the news.
There's nothing peaceful. Even now. I will say that he wouldn't want to live because of the degree of balance he has. Also, they wanted him to be around because they wanted our friends.
buddy, my friend.
So on the day of the funeral, there was so many people, like I could sit in the crematorium. They had a screen outside so that people could watch it, which just shows how loved Charlie was.
All the staff from Tesco had a lily and placed it on his coffin. My daughter read an excerpt.
I did a speech at the funeral. I remember getting emotional. I loved him. He was
Just a sea of emotion. Everybody was so sad to see him go, but really put in an effort to make it the most beautiful send-off.
as Charlie is laid to rest, back in the station, the police close in on Kuruma, and they have found the final piece of the puzzle.
We also looked at Carbucci's phone, his physical phone. Within that phone, we found that on the morning of the attack, 14th of June 2008, a text message was sent by Carbucci to the friend with words to the effect of, "I have to do it tonight." Now, that could mean many things. It was our case that absolutely Carbucci meant that he had to go and cause that really serious harm to Charlie.
Alongside the text, several call records discovered between Kuruma and his friend on the day of Charlie's murder. He texted. That was followed by a series of 5 telephone calls between the two of them. And later on that evening, whilst Charlie Davis was still at work, Nadine telephoned and said, "When will you be coming home?" So, well, then we have to step back to see that that in itself was a high degree of pre-planning. Clearly, this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. There's been a long period of time while this fantasy revenge is brewing.
I think as well, the fact that he involves someone else, he's got someone to drive the car, wait for him around the corner, and be ready to pick him up once he committed the act. It's kind of bizarre that he managed to find another person who'd be willing to commit such an act of hate.
It almost feels like Carbucci was so focused on the actual act of revenge itself that he put very little thought into how he's going to get away with it, how he's going to cover his tracks. It's like he just absolutely set for Charlie and the future, everything else. Just an insignificant act to him at that point.
With more than enough evidence, Kuruma, along with his friend from that night, are both charged with Charlie's murder. pieces having come together. Deputy FIO Monk reveals what exactly went down the night of the murder.
Karen Lucas parked the car somewhere here. Says that he saw Karen Lucas go to the back of the car to get something out of the boot. He said he didn't see what that was. There's an alleyway just here which leads directly up beside the house where Charlie's living with his parents. Karen Lucas has come here with the petrol. He's laid in wait here in this alleyway. He's had time to shoot the door the lock to stop Charlie from getting through the front door.
Karen Lucas is setting a trap for Charlie. He's watching his routine. He's texting to see what time he's getting back home. He's using the lock to his house. He's counting the seconds down so he can exact his revenge.
And of course, when Charlie couldn't get through the front door, he threw petrol over him and set the light. He can run down here out of sight, get back to the car. His friend hasn't seen or can't see what's going on. It's perfect. And the bit for me that is just a shock is the meticulous planning. He has opportunities at any time to think, no, I'm not going to do this, or I shouldn't do this, or, it's a wicked thing to do. Yet he still went ahead and did it.
The trial begins, and the jury, as well as Charlie's friends and family, learn the truly depraved nature of what they did to the witness.
Sitting across the courtroom to Nadine was both infuriating, really emotional, and surreal.
The evidence against Nadine was presented basically against the background of an excessive jealous man, bent on revenge, whose cold, calculated, and thought every move through. The friend gave dazzling evidence against Nadine. Nadine told him the next day, quote, I did him. That was that he was responsible for throwing petrol over Charlie Davis. You can imagine the effect that would be having on the jury.
Charlie tried to remove himself from the situation, but even that wasn't enough to stop character because fixated on this idea of revenge. His attacks continued and they grew and grew in violence until eventually he enacted the ultimate form of control, murder.
The jury retired for some 6.5 hours, at the end of which they found Nadine guilty and his friend not guilty.
There was a huge relief amongst everybody, a very emotional moment.
The underlying motive which drove Nadine to act as he did was revenge. Revenge, pure, simple, cold, and callous.
Nadine Lucas is sentenced to 23 years in prison for Charlie's murder.
After 14, 15 years, are still overriding feelings still on the sadness, really. Charlie would have been, 36, 37 now. We kind of wonder perhaps how his life would have been, what he'd be doing with a family of his own by now, and we'll never know, because Karen Lucas took those things away from that family. That never changes, that feeling, that loss, that will never go away. Karen Lucas is quite rightly serving a sentence. We've got justice, but nothing will ever bring Charlie back, and that's the bottom line.
We were supposed to be old cat ladies together. But that will never happen. That will never happen.
Charlie to watch a program with Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie in it, and when they, hazed the situation, they would chant to kind of get them through what they were doing, and we kind of adopted that As a book of murder, Revengeance is the most shocking of all.
There's a certain level of premeditation. There's almost spectrum on the murder. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and it's all about power. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Shahar Zak and criminologist Honor Joel Townsend investigate the triggers that make people go to extraordinary lengths to commit these horrific crimes. Really hard to imagine who hated her enough to want her dead.
All we can expect anyone to survive such an attack. The underlying motive was revenge. Pure, simple, cold, and callous.
In the late afternoon of the 27th of June, a 999 call was made to Devon Cornwall Police by somebody reporting that they'd found the body in a verge near to the coastal town of Sutton.
They seemed almost surprised because it was well after the accident in a fairly well used footpath, but no one had come across it before. The pathologist comes to the scene and has a look and finds that it's the dead body of a woman. Crime scene investigators discovered a woman's head had been removed. There were clear signs of a cutting rather than a ripping or a tearing of the skin at the top of the torso in a very sort of clean surgical manner. It suggests to investigators that whoever removed the head did so with some skill.
This is clearly a very gruesome and upsetting discovery for the police. What do you think that made this whole scenario being faced with a headless body?
Beheading a victim is really rare, so I imagine that this is like a really shocking discovery for the police and for the people who found the body. You have to think as well, like, what's the reason for decapitating a head? I mean, is it trying to conceal the identity of the victim?
It could be something a bit more cold and calculated. It could be that the perpetrator has so much vitriol and hatred towards this individual that it's almost ritualistic.
Ciao.
4 days into the investigation,
Papa, say Papa.
police searched the
Ciao.
area where the body was deposited. They could find the discovery.
Hmm?
The victim's head is found.
The head was found just about 10 meters away from the body.
The head was basically just a skull that had been almost entirely defleshed. And it looked as if it had been kept in a slightly different environment to the rest of the body because it was in much better condition. So it's kind of weird then that the head is found so close to the body, because if this is an attempt to disguise the identity of the victim, then storing of the head so close to the body isn't really going to do that. Why decapitate someone? Why go through that level of physical strain and the gruesome experience that it must be in order to just disguise the head so close back? With a killer on the loose, investigators quickly need information to help them find out who the victim was and how she died. They hope that postmortem will yield vital clues.
So in any forensic examination, the possibilities of finding evidence that will assist are almost endless, whether that be DNA or blood transfer between victim and suspect, whether it be clothing or fibres that might be found underneath the victim's fingernails, for example, that would indicate a struggle and perhaps a fight.
The body was so badly decomposed, it was very difficult for the pathologist to discover what the possible cause of death was.
There were significant fractures to the skull at the front of the head.
There were several areas that had been sort of compressed, which would suggest that she'd been hit with a smooth, heavy object, and that had caused fracturing of the skull. The pathology suggests the woman had been dead for up to 2 weeks. She was in her late 60s
Ow.
would have been around
Ow.
like 2 inches tall, and so quite a slim, small
Ow.
person.
Detectives draw active missing persons report and quickly find a match. A 67-year-old woman was reported missing in London, 250 miles away from Salford, 2 weeks earlier on June 11th.
Checking from the level of decomposition of the body, this woman had clearly been dead for several weeks, which perfectly matched up to the time that the 67-year-old woman in North London was reported missing. The victim was identified as Neve Gwen Chong. She was known as Deborah.
Deborah shared her home with a lodger. He reported her missing more than 2 weeks earlier. The missing persons team contacted friends of Deborah through her church, with one friend, Gemma, reporting that Deborah had been planning a holiday.
She says that Deborah had gone away for a while, gone to somewhere on the coast to visit family, and so a big question to the police, having identified Neve Gwen Chong, was what had happened on the 11th of June, and how did she end up in Devon more than 2 weeks later?
The missing woman and missing people cases with their deaths. Oftentimes, on that one spent the majority of ignorant life.
It was very clear that the body had been surgically decapitated. The head couldn't have been decapitated at a surgery. For example, in a suicide story, no one at that stage could imagine the twisted tale behind the murder of a woman for revenge.
After finding her decapitated
No, Papa.
50 miles away in Devon, investigators in London wanted to gather as much about Deborah's mental health.
She'd come over from Malaysia when she was born, studied at university in Huddersfield. She'd met her husband and had a happy life together, but very sadly, he died a few years ago. She had in later life devout evangelical Christian.
Following the loss of her husband, there was concern for the state of her health.
Deborah's mental health had deteriorated in her grief, and she suffered severe bouts of mental ill health since around 2015. It made her vulnerable to people who might want to take advantage of her.
Investigators painstakingly put together Deborah's last will.
If you establish how somebody lives, then you may well identify how they died. In order to do that, you have to identify who they are and where they live.
Felt like there wasn't another option.
Just body was found to be that she went missing.
It does get pretty much to ransack through this to this. You aren't even getting yet.
We'll have to ask
But
if
you
she
are
believed her with her own accord,
provided.
or she takes advantage of her somebody she trusted.
It is very frustrating. So listen, Patrick Parkinson did end up
Also, we'll try to
and it's
with murder.
right after
Former homicide investigator Matt Bonner is no stranger to cases like Deborah's and fled.
I need to address the situation that has happened with Ivana and how my team and I have been handling it for the past couple of days. I personally reached out to Ivana immediately after seeing the video, and
want to know more about the relationship between Deborah and her lodger, as well as the movements around the time of her death.
I think all the evidence suggests that her lodger had been quite a caring person towards Deborah. She's a trained operator, so she certainly had a very strong alibi for the day that Deborah went missing. So there's evidence that she was in the house on the 11th of June inside her house. The lodger had left early to get to work.
Our invoicing, our job to make sure that our vendors and our creators get compensated for their work. And I would never said something like this out there again.
What happened at that address? So any damage to property, any damage to doors, any evidence that there's been a fire or harm to the spring. And then beyond that, really, a microscopic, detailed examination as to whether there's any evidence of harm or injury, any body fluids or blood that might indicate a deceit as to where they were came from.
An intensive investigation happened before the test, and despite that, little evidence was gathered, and that's really unusual considering we know what happened. Even if the crime scene has been scrubbed clean, you expect that to leave some sort of trace.
There's no indication of violence or physical struggle, so exactly what happened. Deborah vanished from the incident. It suggests that Deborah either used the killer comfortable in their company, or that somebody had charmed or manipulated their way into that. In homicide investigation, the vast majority of victims knew their killers. I think one of the main reasons for that is that homicide is an offence that is committed and requires quite a strong motive. And the chances of someone having a strong motive to kill a stranger is very rare.
With less than 24 hours before last sighting of Deborah, the Turner reported missing. CCTV to identify in and out of Deborah's home.
Deborah lives on Hampton Road. There wasn't a CCTV camera that directly covered her house, but there were cameras in the road nearby, so you could see who was going towards her house and who was going away from it.
A camera on a nearby pub captured Deborah walking towards her house on the 9th of June, accompanied by her lodger. 2 full days before he reported her missing. She's never seen on camera again, prompting police to believe she was murdered at home.
Deborah was last seen at her home address. What does that mean to you?
She's frail and she's vulnerable and she has mental health issues, and that suggests to me that surely someone has to know that in order to target her. And so I think, again, this adds a whole other layer of how manipulative and cold this person must be in order to go through with this. Investigators find that Deborah has done well for herself financially. If someone stood to benefit from her death, it would make them suspect.
Deborah had quite a few assets. She owned a expensive house. It was valued around £700,000 at the time of her death. And she had various other assets as a sort of widow. She had a sister, 2 nieces and a nephew, but they're living in Malaysia at the time.
With Deborah's family unlikely suspects, they investigate her friendship group.
In Deborah's case, her circle of friends was quite close-knit and restricted by and large to those that she met through the church and those that lived with her as lodgers.
Her mental health often led her to be very open about her finances. Police must now consider whether Queen played a part in her murder.
She shared a lot of financial information, private information, with acquaintances, people at her church, and she would talk to them about the money that she had. She had the potential to be taken advantage of, and people knew probably more about her wealth than she perhaps should have shared.
Who looked at Deborah, it seems that they're quite a cynical, calculated, cold person, possibly somebody who's able to detach their emotions from their actions.
Murder for financial motivation is nothing new. might identify those who gained from her death.
Looking at it, they discovered that she had left her home and her estate to the church that she attended, that she was devoted to, avid supporter of, either to be used as a space for worship or to be sold off and used as however they saw fit.
A few other small items were left to family members, but no one individual found to benefit sufficiently to suggest a motive to want her dead. In these investigators,
Why on earth was Deborah, a very harmless 67-year-old woman, killed? Why was she killed? How was she killed? Where was she killed?
specialist forensic investigators finally accessed Deborah's phone in the hope that it might provide clues about what happened in the run-up to her death.
On Deborah's phone were a series of messages with another person.
These messages initially seemed friendly, but they quickly veered in a disturbing direction.
The messages were around her ownership of the house and who the house would be left to in the event of Deborah's death.
Deborah said that she doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
The last messages are dated the 8th of June, just 3 days before Deborah disappeared.
It feels like they're grooming her, they're manipulating her over time to get what they want. Whoever's sending these messages intentionally seems to mention religion and God, knowing that it's one of Deborah's passions and possibly one of her vulnerabilities.
There seems to be some kind of disagreement or some kind of tension going on in the days before her disappearance, which is obviously going to be cause for concern to the police.
And then an agreement to meet. On the day Deborah vanished,
The person that she's talking to by text message could be the very last person to see her live.
the real surprise comes when police traced the sender of these messages.
The person police have identified is a woman called Gemma Mitchell.
As she has already known to investigators, having spoken to them after Deborah had disappeared.
She informed the missing person unit that the last time she spoke to Deborah, she indicated she was going to go and stay with family on the coast.
Crucially, it seemed Gemma delayed coming forward with that information, and when police grasped the surface of her claims, they become dubious of her story.
Deborah didn't actually have any family on the coast. Her close family were all in Malaysia. So the fact that Gemma Mitchell, who's a good friend of the missing woman Deborah, hadn't got in touch for a couple of weeks after she'd been reported missing, it's suspicious in itself.
If Gemma is behind Deborah's disappearance, then the investigators have to ask, what does she have to gain from Deborah's death? And with the text suggesting they met the day Deborah vanished, investigators dig deeper into their relationship. If that meeting happened, police may have identified a new prime suspect.
It certainly starts to raise a red flag. Questions to be raised about, could this person, Gemma, be involved in her disappearance and her death?
Detectives investigating the murder and decapitation of 67-year-old Deborah Quenchon hone in on church friend Gemma and the text she sent in the days before Deborah's death.
The text messages hint towards a possible motive, i.e. that this offence was financially motivated, partly out of revenge, perhaps. They only hint towards that at this point, but much further investigation is necessary to really understand whether the text messages are what they purport to be. Having identified Gemma Mitchell as someone who clearly had some questions to answer, taking a step back, perhaps not the So we know that there are CCTV cameras that cover either side of Deborah's house, and we know that on occasions she is picked up on those cameras going about her daily business.
On those same cameras, investigators make a key discovery the day Deborah disappeared.
From the work that was conducted around CCTV cameras, the footage that was recovered from those cameras, the investigation was able to establish that on the morning of the 11th of June, around 8 a.m., Gemma approached Deborah's house.
She dragged the pictures behind her.
Examination of other cameras in the area around 8 a.m. found no further trace of Gemma Mitchell. And so it's a reasonable assumption that she must have gone to Deborah's house. There's nowhere else in that area for her to go. There's no other reason for her to be in that area.
They keep watching, waiting for Gemma to come back in the same direction. 5 hours pass by. It's now lunchtime.
Just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she's caught on another camera leaving the area of the house.
And it's not just one, but two suitcases inside.
If she wasn't, it's almost unbelievable to think she could have been standing outside the street for 5 hours, outside her friend's house, that she'd made an arrangement to visit.
In addition to the two messages, police wondered about the suitcase she brought with her.
What's chilling really is the suitcase that she had carried to the scene, the large police suitcase, and it's much, much heavier than it was when she took it. An obvious question would be what was in that suitcase that made it so much.
So with Gemma Mitchell leaving the house just after 1 o'clock, and the lodger reporting Gemma missing just before 11 o'clock, it's a very short window of time between those two events, which don't suggest that Gemma would have been the last person to see Deborah alive.
With no sign of Deborah after Gemma's visit, police developed a grim theory. Deborah's body was inside one of the suitcases.
There actually happens to be a CCTV camera directly opposite Gemma Mitchell's house in Wembley, which captures all her coming and going.
3 hours after she left Deborah's road, Gemma finally appeared.
So at 4:15 in the afternoon on June the 11th, Gemma Mitchell is captured on credible CCTV returning home.
She unloaded the suitcases one by one in a taxi.
The focus then would turn to her movements in the time between the 11th of June and when Deborah's body was found on the 26th of June down in Devon.
For the next 2 weeks, Gemma barely leaves the house until she emerges with a familiar-looking suitcase and loads it into a large SUV vehicle.
Shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning on the 26th of June, CCTV cameras opposite Gemma Mitchell's house capture her loading that new suitcase into the boot. As Gemma loads that suitcase in, she's struggling with the weight of it. It's clearly heavy. She lifts it onto the rear ledge of the boot and then has to use all her effort and all her body weight to lift the suitcase up and into the boot of the vehicle.
It's the day before Deborah's body is found in Devon. Is that where Gemma is heading? Detectives access data from the number plate cameras known as ANPR that surround London. It allows them to track her route.
The vehicle has travelled down the main motorway network towards Devon. There are fairly extensive ANPR cameras along the main arterial routes, and they picked up the vehicle as it travelled west down towards Devon.
Once her vehicle leaves the main road, it's no longer trackable using highway cameras. But what the CCTV is involved in provides a breakthrough.
One particular camera, which shows a vehicle identical to the one being driven by Gemma Mitchell, driving up and down the area at around 9:15, 9:30 in the evening.
That camera is less than 50
there were discussions around wills and inheritance.
At the same time, it seems recent events have left Gemma in desperate need of money.
Her mum came up with a scheme to extend and modernise and put another story onto their old family home. They'd employed a builder who'd actually gone bankrupt, so the money disappeared. They were left with no roof on the house. They run out of money, they get quotes of £500,000 to finish the job, and it's all a bit of a disaster.
Unable to raise the funds, the building contract was terminated, and Gemma was left hundreds of thousands of pounds in debt.
The house had no proper roof and had tarpaulin over the top of it, and they'd lived in those conditions for a number of years. And so clearly they were in a situation where they needed a substantial sum of money to complete the building on that address. Was the whole friendship a complete sham? Did she go into it from the outset with the only purpose to extract money from Deborah by whatever means necessary?
With no evidence to connect Gemma's mum to Deborah's murder, it's clear Gemma acted alone, and looking at her communications with Deborah, investigators feel a theory and a motive.
I think it's fair to say that Gemma Mitchell had been perhaps grooming and manipulating the friendship to try and sort of persuade her through kindness to part with money.
Desperate for money, Gemma spots an opportunity to resolve her own financial turmoil.
Gemma Mitchell had fueled those conversations by offering that in return for being written into the will of the beneficiary, that she would ensure that the house that she was living in would be used for ministerial purposes in the good of the church, knowing that that kind of use would appeal to Deborah, who was a devout churchgoer.
The house ultimately remained in Deborah's name, but other messages between them reveal an offer of a loan to Gemma.
Deborah is offering advice about different builders she might be able to use, and the sort of suggestion emerges that she might be able to give her some money to help finish the job.
But there are strings attached.
Deborah slightly changes her stance, starts making fine. Her messages to Deborah are very loving and caring and solicitous of her health and her well-being.
But despite Gemma's pleasantries, several weeks later, it seems Deborah had a change of heart.
Deborah delivers the bombshell message that actually she's changed her mind. It all collapses like a house of cards. Deborah is not going to help her. She's not going to give her a penny. I think at that point, that is when something snaps inside Gemma, and a new plan starts to formulate.
With the offer of a loan rescinded by Deborah, the seeds of revenge are sown.
Revenge is the act of causing harm or hurt to somebody else, because the perpetrator himself feels disrespected or wrong.
This anger is festering inside someone, and all they can fixate on is getting revenge, and they do that by enacting what they feel is a proportionate attack on another human being.
10 days on from the discovery of Deborah's body, investigators search Gemma Mitchell's home.
Police weren't able to find any forensic biological material that was linked to the house with Deborah.
That is until they search the garden.
And at the end of the garden, on the roof of a neighbour's shed, just adjacent to the boundary of the property, the blue suitcase was found and recovered. The same blue suitcase that had been seen on the 11th of June being wheeled towards and then away from Deborah's house. And the same blue suitcase that had been seen being loaded into the hire car before Gemma Mitchell drove down to Deborah's.
Believing that Gemma moved Deborah's body inside the suitcase, it sent to forensics for analysis.
There was a blue and white tea towel that had been stuffed in one of the pockets. That was examined, and they found a mixed DNA profile, and one of the profiles was 100% match for Deborah Thompson.
Gemma killed Deborah in her own home.
The obvious conclusion is that having attended the address and arranged the text messages, that she has done some harm and almost certainly killed Deborah within the address.
Presumably, she has killed Deborah, cleaned up the scene, stowed away the murder weapon, gone through Deborah's financial affairs, and packed them away in another bag, which she's picked up from the house. She's taken passport, bank statements, the deeds to Deborah's house, the really key financial private information that Deborah would never have parted with willingly.
Among the belongings found in Gemma's home, investigators find another version of Deborah's will.
But it seems a bit suspicious because that will leaves Deborah's estate, the bulk of it, to Gemma.
The signatures on the will are also suspicious.
One of them is Gemma's next door neighbour who died of natural causes, whose documents were also found in the house, his passport and other private documents.
It means he can't find his new will. Armed with a fake will, Gemma's motive are clearer than ever to investigators.
It looks as if Gemma was arranging to take control of Deborah's home, all her belongings.
The wealth of the murder clearly motivated their financial gain. What's also obvious is that that is not enough alone to lead to this level of brutalising of Deborah's body. That suggests to me that there's revenge, there's emotion involved in this murder, on top of just being able to benefit financially.
She's invested months of her time and energy into cultivating this very, very vulnerable woman who's doing what she wants her to do. And at the very last minute she's backed out. She must have been furious. At this point, it's not just about the money, it's about revenge. If Deborah won't give her the money willingly, she will take it effectively over her dead body.
Motivated by revenge over the rescinded note. First, Gemma Mitchell behind the murder of Deborah Crenshaw. Gemma could be anyone's neighbour, anyone's friend. There's nothing about her past that suggests that she is capable of doing something like this. But then there's this moment, this switch, when all she can think about is revenge. That's what I think is so scary about this case. Using phone records, investigators piece together what she was doing between leaving Deborah's home and the day that the body was found.
She lied low for 2 weeks, seemingly keeping the body either at home or certainly close by.
After 2 weeks of barely leaving her house, Gemma rents a car for 24 hours. She travels from London to Devon. Along the way, her journey hits a snag.
The car tyre blows out, but she continues driving. She's shredded the wheel and she's damaged the metal rim of the wheel as well. So she is absolutely forced to turn off into another petrol station. She almost collides with a display case outside the petrol station shop.
At the petrol station, remember Gemma vividly.
She appears to be in a bit of a state, as you would be if you just had a blowout on the road and the body was moving.
Roadside assistance arrives and replaces the wheel. But the repairman notices something deeply disturbing.
There's a very odd, musky smell in the car, which he can't quite identify. He's never smelled before.
I think it's obvious for anyone to understand what that smell was originated from, and that's the decomposing body of Deborah.
She is behaving very strangely, and he's talking to her, and he does say to her, crucially, where are you going? And she says, oh, well, I wanted to go to Downstairs, somewhere in Cornwall. I just want to go somewhere and see the sunrise in the morning. It's a bit strange, and he thinks there's a bit of an odd see the sunrise and then driving home again.
Although never proven, one theory might be that Gemma was planning to deposit Deborah's head and body separately in the turbulent sea off Land's End, but it's more than 100 miles from where she had the blowout, and then a further 300 miles back to London. The distance the repairman wants her not to attempt on the temporary spare tyre. And after leaving the petrol station, Gemma is captured on one last piece of CCTV, driving to where Deborah's body was found the next day. Perhaps in a panic, it seems she abandoned her plans and disposed of Deborah's body at the first opportunity.
She arrived back at London at 7:30, back at the hire car company to deposit the car. Clearly, the puncture and the time that she lost delayed her journey.
Investigators now have a significant amount of evidence against Gemma.
So as a forensic psychiatrist, when I assess offenders after the event, one of the things that interests me the most is their mental state at the time, their mindset, as well as their motivations. And I'm fascinated to know what Gemma was thinking. Might be a question that we'll never have the answer to. What's going on in their minds throughout that time? I'm sure there must have been a degree of absolute terror and fear of being caught, but at the same time, there's something so emotionally detached about everything she's doing.
After 2 weeks of decomposition, the physical state of that body at that time would have been really horrendous. And so that suggests to me that Gemma's entirely emotionally and almost physically detached from the situation. She's just seeing this as a series of steps to get to what she wants.
It's hard to know exactly when Gemma Mitchell formed such a revengeful, murderous intent against Deborah, but the way that it panned out is nothing short of extraordinary. Gemma's actions, hiring this car, driving a significant distance to the coast to get rid of the body, doesn't feel particularly panicked. It feels like somebody who's actually quite in control.
And one mystery remains. At what point was Deborah's body decapitated?
So many aspects of it have never been explained. There was nothing to positively say what had happened in the house. There was no blood to be found. So, it immediately sounds quite unlikely that that's where this poor woman had been decapitated. It's just one more little mystery in this case that we simply don't have the answer to.
Gemma Mitchell wasn't a career criminal. It didn't have a long history of offence. She had some awareness, perhaps, of investigative techniques and tactics, but certainly was seemingly oblivious to many of them. I think it has all the hallmarks of a sinister, pre-planned offence. But there's kind of the other side of that coin is there are very amateur pictures about it as well.
In autumn of 2022, Gemma is brought to trial for Deborah's murder. She entered a plea of not guilty, claiming she had nothing to do with Deborah's death.
Some of the extraordinarily odd details, features of this case were aired in public for the first time. So this only increased the public interest in this extraordinary case. The prosecution said all this evidence, when you put it together, adds up to incontrovertible evidence that the only person who could kill Deborah was Gemma Mitchell.
Gemma's defense team say she's innocent and that the evidence is purely circumstantial.
What they did say was you have no proof, you have no witnesses, you have no evidence at all of what happened inside Deborah's house.
It's one of the more shocking cases that I've come upon as a pathologist. I think the level of attachment that you see in Gemma, the brutality of the murder, Deborah's vulnerability, all of these things make it a particularly hard to stomach case.
After a short trial, the jury is sent out to consider the verdict.
They were deliberating for about 7 hours.
They find Gemma guilty. She is sentenced to life with a minimum of 34 years for the murder of Lee Gwen-Chong, better known to her friends as Deborah.
It was just
unimaginable thing.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Your intention is all along.
He vents his frustration and anger.
You never really know who the person is. You can't say what. He couldn't accept that there was no car, that there wasn't in back. As a victim of murder, revenge is a shocking thought.
It's a certain level of premeditation. Because someone fesses him on the counter. It's eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and it's all about power.
Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Shahab Das and criminologist Honor Dural-Townsend investigate the triggers that make people go to extraordinary lengths to commit these horrific crimes.
Really hard to imagine who hates her enough to want her dead.
No one can expect anyone to survive such a... The underlying motive was revenge. Pure, simple, cold, and callous.
I was at work at Greenland Police Station in Bradford when I got home that a body had been found within Hayward Skips, just outside of the town centre of
Senior investigating officer Pete Phillips races to the scene.
my initial thoughts are, who is it? Why has this happened? What has gone on? The premises were open as usual for normal Monday morning business for the week ahead. It was there that one of the colleagues saw the body of a man deceased in the canteen. So clearly a traumatic and awful incident for that individual to encounter that morning. He realised that something wasn't right, tried to rouse him, and immediately phoned 999. This did not appear to be a natural death.
News of the discovery spread fast, and local reporter Joe Ledman is tasked with covering the story.
I went into the Mail Express just for a normal Monday morning shift. I normally used to cover the smaller stories, and the editor started shouting me over, and was like, "I'm going to send you out. What is this out? We think it's a murder. You're going to need to go out and fill this in. It's a big one, this one." Nobody knew what had happened. Nobody knew why he'd been killed. Me and the officer got in the car and went up to the scene, and everybody was sort of like mulling about, asking me like, "You know what's going on? What's going on?"
With the skid yard closed over the weekend, police need to ascertain when the man died.
I called in forensic scientists, a crime scene manager, search team. So there was a lot of police activity on that particular morning. We were inching our way through step-by-step approach to determine exactly what had happened.
The man's body upstairs in the break room.
I attended the kitchen/canteen premises, and it was there that I saw the body of a male.
It's clear the man has been dead for at least 24 hours, if not longer.
The victim had sustained serious head injuries. It was clear from closer examination that he was the victim of a brutal violent attack. The person responsible for this clearly was intent on causing serious injury, if not ultimately intent on killing the individual.
I take on murder cases quite regularly, but I have to say there's something particularly savage and brutal about this one. I mean, being bludgeoned to death with a blunt object. What a more horrific way to die than that?
Especially if you think, just in practical terms, the perpetrator had to be really physically close to the victim for this to happen. And you have to ask as well, if someone's that comfortable with that level of extreme violence, is this going to be the first time that they've acted this way?
Was it opportunistic?
the scene incredibly challenging around what kind of a weapon could have been used.
It were completely sealed off, police tape, no news stuff. There was a lot of forensic activity though, police walking in and out, in obviously the white suits, but a lot of people just seemed in shock.
We used dogs to sniff out for any weapons that may have been discarded. We used specialist search officers to look for any drops of blood or anything at all that we could gather.
With little physical evidence of the scene and no murder weapon, investigators focused on identifying the victim. Who is he? And is there anything in his background that will provide clues as to who the killer is?
The victim in this murder was Stephen Whitehead, who was an employee at Pendant Skips.
Zach Wilkinson worked in the skipyard too and was a friend and co-worker of Stephen.
I got a message off my friend, just basically saying that there's a body found and they don't know what's going on. I just got told sort of badly after 15. I was devastated.
With no apparent suspect, police set about tracing Stephen's last movements to try and identify the person responsible for his murder.
Stephen had been murdered in his place of work. Why was that the case? The premises shut for the week on the Friday evening, and everything was absolutely fine. And then employees discovered the body on Monday morning. So we are clearly working within a very short time parameter from Friday evening to Monday morning.
Stephen was seen in a local supermarket and then was CCTV of him going back to Pendant Skips.
Stephen was alone when he went back to the skip firm a little over 24 hours before his murder. So the killer must have arrived later. This leads police to develop a theory.
Was this a case that somebody had tried to burn the premises late at night, and Stephen had discovered them committing the crime and they attacked him? Was he a victim of a burglary gone wrong?
49-year-old Stephen Whitehead had been killed in his workplace over the weekend. Police suspect he may have been attacked after interrupting burglars. So they need to find any evidence that supports their theory.
A key line of inquiry from the outset of the investigation was to establish if indeed anything had been stolen.
But managers quickly confirmed that nothing appears to be missing, leaving officers puzzled as to the motive behind the attack.
This looks like a targeted attack, which means that the killer probably knew Stephen and in his or her mind had a reason to attack him. But the big question is why?
Stephen Whitehead was a local landlord in Berlin. He was well known within the local community, well respected. He was a loving father, a loving brother. He was a man of good character, a hard-working, working-class man.
Hunting Stephen Whitehead's killer, police trawled through hours of CCTV and spot two individuals they need to trace.
We identified two people walking on the route towards the scene of the murder. It appeared to be either man and girl.
They are near the yard around the time pathologists believe Stephen was murdered, but the poor quality footage proves problematic.
We couldn't actually identify who they were, but we could identify what clothing they were wearing.
With the industrial estate closed for the weekend, their presence is unusual.
locally born and bred, lived here all my life. My local patch, my local town. It's a small town, but only 70 to 80,000 people live there. So there was a lot of people talking about it at the time, somebody did murders, and I remember thinking like, there's a lot of pressure on me here to tell the story properly and to make sure that I don't upset the family. So obviously it's quite an emotive thing. You don't want to be upsetting the family in something like this or giving some information out that you shouldn't be giving out.
Police hold a press conference to appeal for the public's help.
In any investigation such as this, we appeal for witnesses to help us with our inquiry, to let us know if they knew Stephen, where he'd been, and who may well be responsible.
The appeal leads to a call from the national crime reporting charity, Crime Stoppers.
The appeal for witnesses established that Stephen had been out drinking on the afternoon of Saturday the 25th of July into a couple of pubs in the town centre.
Police hone in on the man who was with him in the pub.
That individual was the last person to see him alive.
That immediately makes him a person of interest and ignites the case.
We conducted some research, some information, intelligence on all the police systems, and it was clear that he was known to us. He had previous offences of violence and other associated crimes.
But on questioning him, there's a problem.
He had an alibi. It turned out to be an absolute redhead.
I covered lots of crimes when I was doing the news reporting. There's something about this one that really struck a chord. People in Burnley are proud people. We look after our own. It's a real community town. There's a lot of people shocked of the way that an unprovoked attack happened like this.
With pressure mounting and the fact the industrial estate was closed for the weekend, use of the vehicle on his neighbour's scene piqued their interest.
People had been seen near to the skip premises on Saturday where Stephen had been attacked. The police investigation quickly established who was within that car.
Could they have something to do with Stephen's murder?
All three were interviewed, but it was quickly established that they had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever, and they were released without charge. It was disappointing that we'd arrested people that were not responsible, so the murderer was still out there.
But at that point, a lot of people in the town were just worried that the person that did this to Stephen would never get caught and they'd be walking around free. And essentially, there would be a murderer on the loose in the town.
With no suspense, detectives hope that evidence from the post-mortem will reveal how Stephen Whitehead died, and in turn, might provide clues as to who could be behind the attack.
My mind is racing, thinking, why is this man suddenly met his death? It was abundantly clear to me and the pathologist that this was an attack of such ferocity, of such violence, of such magnitude, due to the severity of the injury. Clearly not that. Stephen had been the victim of a sustained attack with repeated blows to the head in excess of 6 or 7. This was somebody with intent, causing serious injury, and in fact, only intent on killing somebody.
It's clear Stephen's killer took him by surprise.
Stephen had not had any defense injury whatsoever, so the thought process was that the offender had inflicted a violent
stand in the morning, we used to get picked up for work, and on our way into that main gate, he'd be opening and shut it on the inside door, but if you'd expect us to be answering, as we'd been the first people to enter the premises. So sometimes he used to stay at work and then sleep there. And obviously, he'd have quite certain facilities and everyone in there. But he'd got his own little, like, kind of state where he could get away from reality. I don't exactly know what made him get rock bottom. I just knew there was something going on. Or there was something not right. To be honest, I don't exactly know what made him hit rock bottom. I just knew there was something going on. It was just shocking beyond belief. Why would anyone want to do a thing like that? A brutal murder.
Revenge. The need to get even. The drive some people to kill. Love, hate, jealousy, these emotions are people to do unimaginable things with.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Your intention is to work. Your intention on what?
You sense his frustration and his anger.
You never really know who the person is. You can't say, oh, you couldn't accept that there was no harm, certainly wasn't in back. As a motive to murder, revenge is the most shocking of all.
It is certainly the premeditation. It is almost festering on the mind. It's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and it's all about power. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Shahar Sapp and criminologist Honor World Champion investigate the triggers that make you go extraordinary lengths. It's the police reporting crime.
Really hard to imagine who hated her enough to want her dead.
All we could expect anyone to survive such a the underlying motive was revenge. Pure, simple, cold, and callous. I was at work at Greenbank Police Station in Blackburn when I got a call that a body had been found within Headland Skips, just outside of the town centre of Birmingham.
Senior investigating officer Pete Booth races to the scene.
My initial thoughts are, who is this? Why has this happened? What has gone on?
The premises were up as usual for normal Monday morning business for the week ahead. It was there that one of the colleagues saw the body of a male deceased in the canteen. So clearly a traumatic and awful incident for that individual to encounter that morning.
He realised that something wasn't right, tried to rouse it, and immediately phoned 999. This did not appear to be a natural death.
News of the discovery spread fast, and local reporter Joe Redmond is tasked with covering the story.
I went into the Village Express for a normal Monday morning shift, but I normally used to cover the smaller stories, and the editor at the time shouted me over. I'm going to send you out. Honestly, pal, you think it's a murder, you're going to need to go out and cover the scene. Big on this one. Nobody knew what had happened, nobody knew why he'd been killed. Me and a geographer got in the car and went up to the scene. Whenever it's a big was like mulling about, like, what's going on, what's going on.
With the skipyard closed over the weekend, police need to ascertain when the man died.
I called in forensic scientists, a crime scene manager, search teams. So there was a lot of police activity on that particular morning. We were inching our way through step-by-step approach to determine exactly what had happened.
The man's body upstairs in the break room.
was there that I saw the body of a man.
It's clear the man has been dead for at least 24 hours, if not longer.
The victim had sustained serious head injuries. It was clear from closer examination that he was the victim of a brutal violent attack. The person responsible for this clearly was intent on causing serious injury, if not ultimately intent on killing the individual.
I think on further cases quite regularly, but I have to say it's deeply savage and brutal about this being bludgeoned to death with a blunt object. What's the most horrific way to die?
Especially if you think, put in practical terms, the perpetrator had to be really physically close to the victim for this to happen. And you have to ask as well, if someone's that comfortable with that level of extreme violence, is this going to be the first time that they've acted this way?
Was it opportunistic? Did somebody just grab anything that could be used as a weapon that was lying below?
Hold the jury in yard for evidence.
It was an incredibly challenging scene, that it was dirty, people would dump things in the skin, household items. So it made the scene incredibly challenging around what kind of a weapon that you use.
They were completely sealed off, like you said, usual stuff. There was a lot of forensic activity though, police walking in and out, the white suits. But a lot of people just seen and shot.
We used dogs to sniff out for any weapons that may be discarded. We used specialist search officers to look for any bits on blood or anything at all that we could gather.
With little physical evidence in the scene and no murder weapon, investigators focused on identifying the victim. Who was he? And is there anything in his background that will provide clues as to who the killer is?
The victim in this murder was Stephen Whitehead, who was an employee at Pebble Skins.
That merchant was working at Skipyard too, and was a friend and co-worker of Stephen.
I got a message off my friend, just basically saying that there's a body found and they don't know what's going on. I just got told sort of family happened. Could be. Obviously I would say it's
With no apparent suspect, police set about tracing Stephen's last movements to try and identify the person responsible for his murder.
Stephen had been murdered in his place of work. Why was that the case? The premises shut for the week on the Friday evening. Everything was absolutely fine. Then an employee discovered the body on Monday morning. So we are clearly working within a very short time horizon from Friday to Monday morning.
Stephen was seen in a local supermarket and then the CCTV in it was at Pebble Skins.
Stephen was alone when he went back to Skipfield a little over 24 hours before his murder. When the killer must have arrived later, makes Stephen seek to develop a theory.
Was this a case that somebody had tried to build the premises at a later time and Stephen discovered them committing the crime that they attacked him? Was he a victim of a burglary gone wrong?
49-year-old Stephen Whitehead had been killed at his workplace over the weekend. Police suspect he may have been attacked after interrupting burglary. So they need to find any evidence to support their theory.
A key line of inquiry from the outset of the investigation was to establish if he definitely stole.
But managers quickly
Stephen's yard around the time pathologists believed Stephen was murdered, but the poor quality footage proved problematic.
Actually identify who they were, but we could identify what clothing they were wearing.
With the industrial estate closed for the weekend, their presence is unusual.
What are you doing, Winston?
I'm early morning,
Winston?
lived here all my life. My local patch, my local town.
Hmm? What are you doing?
It's a small town, only 70 to 80,000 people live there. So there was a lot of people talking about it at the time, somebody had been murdered. And I remember thinking, like, there's a lot of pressure on me here to tell the story properly and to make sure that I don't upset the family. Because obviously it's quite an emotive thing. You don't want to be upsetting the family and something like this, or giving some information out that you shouldn't be giving out.
Police hold a press conference to appeal
What are you
for
doing?
public health.
Winston.
In any investigation such as this, we appeal for witnesses to help us with our inquiry, to let us know if they knew Stephen, where he'd been, and who may well be responsible.
The appeal leads to a call from the National Crime Reporting charity, Crime Stoppers.
The appeal for witnesses established that Stephen had been out drinking on the afternoon of Saturday the 25th of July into a couple of pubs in the town centre.
Police hone in on the man who was with in the pub.
That individual was the last person to see him alive.
That immediately makes him a person of interest and ignites the case.
We conducted some research, some information, intelligence on all the police systems, and it's clear that he was known to us. He had previous offences on violence and other associated crimes.
But on questioning him, there's a problem.
He had an alibi. It turned out to be an absolute redhead.
I covered lots of crimes when I was doing the news reporting. There's something about this one that really took the code. People in Burnley are proud people. We look after our own. There's a real community town. There's a lot of people shocked at the way that an unprovoked attack happened like this.
With pressure mounting and the fact the industrial estate was closed for the weekend, use of the vehicle spotted near the scene piqued their interest.
The vehicle had been seen near to the skid premises on Saturday, where Stephen had been attacked. The police investigation couldn't establish who was within that car.
Could they have something to do with Stephen's murder?
All three were interviewed, but it was quickly established that they had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever, and they were released without charge. It was disappointing that we'd arrested people that were not responsible, so the murderer was still out there.
Well, at that point, a lot of people in the town were just worried that you know, the person that did this to Stephen would never get caught and they'd be walking around free. And essentially, there would be a murderer on the loose in the town.
With no suspect, detectives hope that evidence from the post-mortem will reveal how Stephen Whitehead died, and in turn might provide clues as to who could be behind the attack.
My mind is racing, thinking, why is this man suddenly met his death? It was abundantly clear to me and the pathologist that this was an attack of such ferocity and such violence and such magnitude due to the severity of the injury. Clearly a weapon had been used. Stephen had been the victim of a sustained attack with repeated blows to the head in excess of 6 or 7. This was somebody whose intent causing serious injury and in fact probably intent on killing somebody.
It's clear Stephen's killer took him by surprise.
Stephen had
number one thing that you don't like, never text someone while they're dead, never text someone while they're asleep. So, when it's something unorthodox like that, I mean, yeah, it's not worse. To me, it suggests that it wasn't a necessary act. It wasn't like the perpetrator needed to do this to escape or to run away or to go undetected. It feels like it was intentional, like this person really hated Stephen, really was this person.
Yeah, this is not an act of self-defense, so that cannot be the motive here. If Stephen was indeed asleep, then he's posing no threat to the perpetrator at that moment. So I think there's got to be some sort of history there.
Which begs the question, what is that history? What's the beef between these two people? Did Stephen owe somebody money?
Or maybe falling out with someone?
Yeah, but either way, the killer must know that he was going to be in the skipyard. One of the questions that we needed to answer was, what was Stephen doing there? Why was he in there? Had he been there all weekend?
It seems Stephen has been struggling in his personal life.
A few times in the morning, we used to get picked up for work, and on our way into that main gate, we'd be opening a shutter on the inside door, but have been expected to be empty, as we'd been the first people to enter the premises. So sometimes he used to stay at work and then sleep there, and obviously he'd have quite certain facilities and it'd be warm in there. But he'd lock his own little kind of stage where you could get away from reality. I don't exactly know what made him hit rock bottom. I just knew there was something going on, or there was something not right. To be honest, he did drink a fair quantity, but he had personal problems that I don't know fully of. I just know, like, to remove some sort of takes away, his friend, his camera, he goes to the door to the law. He has spoken about it a few times, just saying, like, obviously I could see it, it's deserving. I wish he could do a lot more for the position he's in. Some character, strong-willed,
People wanted to find out why he refilled. Did he owe money? Did he annoy somebody? Was there a fight? Did he have an enemy? People just want to find out what happened.
Despite his encountered in his personal life, he was a loyal employee, his dad, and was valued by his colleagues.
Stephen was probably the most respected person there because he knew everything. He'd been there from the beginning. He was my mentor, and he kind of like took me under his wing, really. If you needed help with something, it could be personal life matters as well, like things related. So, as much as he's being the most respected there, I'd say he's probably one of the most caring. Especially someone that you've only just known for so long, but treats you like a different family. Someone who's like quite bigger, just because of the way he expressed himself towards others, especially towards like people like me. The skip premises was quite a small local firm with a relatively small number of employees. So it's imperative that we spoke to every single one of those employees to get a very, very detailed understanding of the relationship between the employees. Information started to come through that Stephen had been involved in an altercation on July the 10th, about 3 weeks prior to Stephen's murder. And that altercation had taken place with a young man called Aaron Jenkins.
Aaron was a casual worker who'd only been hired a few weeks earlier, and following a disagreement with Stephen, had been let go. Did Aaron pull the police?
As soon as that information came into the investigation, me, in this case, this is exactly it.
Incredibly important to me to ensure that we have a better understanding of who Alan Jenkins was, where he had been that weekend, and could he have been responsible for Stephen's murder. That, for me, then puts the actor in respect of his status within the investigation, because we now have a particular motive, revenge.
News that Stephen Whitehead's colleague Aaron was fired after fighting with him ignites the investigation into his murder. The possible revenge motive. Police think the fight itself is a serious neighbour reaction to the called lazy. The rest of the extreme action with violence or war. And on top of that, quick to react. It's a pretty bad combination. Following the fight, there were serious consequences by Aaron Jenkins.
Well, Stephen was a long-time employee and a well-respected member, and Alan Jenkins had not been there at all. The manager of the premises, Sandy, he was told to leave it. After the fact, your job, obviously, is your financial security, your stability. So from Aaron's perspective, there's lots of reasons why you might get quite angry. It probably feels like he's been wronged twice by Stephen. Once because he's being criticised for his publicity, and now Aaron probably thinks that Stephen directly led him to his job. And this is the kind of thing that might lead to resentment festering and ultimately an act of revenge. We conducted some research, some information and intelligence on all the police systems, and it was clear that Aaron had a criminal background. He was known to us, he had been suspected.
Familiarity with the murder scene. Coordinated the investigation, Aaron Jenkins is now the prime suspect.
Aaron did have quite significant learning disabilities. One of the challenges for the investigators was understanding the scope of these learning disabilities, whether that would affect bringing charges against Aaron. So there was an argument, did Aaron realise the extent of what he was actually doing?
Aaron's learning disabilities mean he functions in the mind of someone much younger than his age. In his case, that's the 9-year-old.
But a situation like this, it's feasible that somebody like Aaron might
What have you done?
Those around Aaron
Hmm?
noticed changes in
To be fair, I actually kind of got on with that. Just from a young age,
Instant.
I kind of like when you were laughing on the phone on the street, talking to each other, you start talking. We actually became good friends. There was a point where kind of like had a bit of a situation at home. But he said we were up for a few months. He was like, paying me like a little bit of board just to stay home and she kind of looked after it. I started to like find things away from that were of interest, which is kind of like what made me like separate them in because the things they were doing, like obviously getting into trouble with police, shoving things around, and it was sad. It was especially when you've got people that you're not allowed going in your own house and that.
But despite the difficulties he still with him, he remains the prime suspect in Stephen's murder.
The main line of inquiry was to ensure that we either implicated or eliminated our objectives from this murder investigation. So it's incredibly important that we sought to establish where he had been that particular night.
But when questioned by detectives, Aaron revealed he had an alibi.
He stated that he had been at home that weekend with his girlfriend and lady on Saturday night watching TV.
Despite a clear motive for revenge, the fact Aaron had a corroborated alibi is a major setback for investigators. With 24 hours to charge or release him, are they about to set a killer loose?
Even though we had arrested what I would class as a major suspect within this investigation, we knew that Aaron had a grudge against Stephen. The murder was still outstanding, but we still actually placed him in the scene.
There was hope in forensics.
Its nature of attacks so ferocious, its frenzy so vicious, it might be very likely that there will be some blood spatters on the perpetrator's clothing. So if the police can find this on Aaron's clothing, they can link him to the murderers.
Detectives are dispatched to the home address of Aaron Jenkins.
We conducted a search of the premises and we recovered numerous items of clothing that we believed he was wearing over that weekend that Stephen was murdered.
But with Aaron as suspect, there's two problems. One, he has a corroborated alibi. And two, how would he even know where Stephen was at the time in order to target him?
So that was one of the big things with this case. Of course, Stephen was sleeping rough up at the yard, but a lot of people didn't know about it, was quite discreet about it, so did Aaron even know he was sleeping rough at the yard? How did he know he was going to be there that weekend?
Investigators are running out of time to hold Aaron. When a witness provides them with new and significant information,
We received a vital piece of information from a particular witness who informed us that he believed that on Saturday night that Aaron was intent on stealing a motorbike that was at the Skin premises.
it was the same skin premises where Stephen was fast asleep.
As a result of the early crime scene investigation, we had established that there was in fact a motorcycle that was present in the Skin premises. That put credence on the account given to us by the witness.
His son thought that having lost his job at the skipyard, the theory was that Aaron saw Stephen the bike and not only a way to make some cash, but potentially an opportunity for revenge on his former employer.
This was huge information because not only did we now have a particular motive, that we had a grudge and revenge, we've now got a witness who was telling us that Aaron was intent on going to those premises that particular weekend to steal a motorcycle.
This is a significant revelation. We have to wonder at this point, was his only intention just to steal
we could track that Aaron Jenkins had been out that particular night and had been in the vicinity of the ski premises.
When detectives overlay the cell site evidence with the CCTV of the male and young woman, it becomes clear both Jenkins and his girlfriend are lying.
We were highly confident that we were capturing Aaron and another individual on CCTV walking towards the scene of the murder.
Police think it's Aaron's girlfriend and that her alibi is false.
I made the decision to arrest his girlfriend on suspicion of perverting the course of justice, which is a serious matter.
It comes with a potential prison sentence.
I think when people are put into a certain corner, they feel compelled to try and help the other individual out through lies. She was significantly younger than Aaron. I think it was a degree of
I'm watching you, Winston.
loyalty.
No,
She
Winston.
realised that she was under arrest for such a serious crime. The weight of the evidence
Winston, no.
was not to provide to her. It was then that she realised that she didn't tell the truth.
No. Get up.
It later transpired that she was in fear of him
Get up.
and that she felt that had she not provided
Huh?
him with a false alibi, that she may well have been at risk of harm.
Winston, no. No.
Prepared to take a statement from Aaron Jenkins' girlfriend, a call to forensic services like detectives with a damning piece of evidence.
We recovered crucial DNA evidence. It was Stephen Whitehead's blood that had been found on the jogging bottoms of Aaron Jenkins. He was informed of the fact that his girlfriend had been arrested, that he believed that she had provided a false alibi, and a very dramatic twist and turn suddenly occurred in the investigation. Jenkins was only in police detention for less than 24 hours before he confessed to the killing of Stephen Whitehead.
Following his confession, Jenkins revealed the final piece of the jigsaw.
When Aaron finally admitted the responsibility of inflicting the fatal injuries on Stephen, he actually assisted in the recovery of the weapon.
The murder weapon itself was actually a sledgehammer, and the police found it eventually when Aaron Jenkins himself went to where it is.
So things are taking a dramatic turn. But what's quite interesting to me is that Aaron seems to confess everything quite easily, quite openly. He's not trying to wriggle his way out of the life.
It is quite unusual, and if the story about the motorbike is in fact true, then that suggests that Aaron didn't even go into the skipyard intending to kill or even harm Stephen. It's more opportune than that.
And I have to say, I'm really intrigued to know exactly when Aaron made the decision to kill Stephen. Was it that he had these vague thoughts and plans of possible revenge at some point, some nebulous time in the future, and he saw his opportunity? Or was it something that he just decided literally on the spot then and there?
One thing's clear, when Aaron saw the opportunity, he took it.
Aaron Jenkins was seeing that Stephen is there. He realised that this is Stephen in the chair. He then takes a moment to walk down the stairs back away from Stephen, which was his opportunity to leave him well asleep, but he wanted revenge.
Aaron Jenkins and his girlfriend filled police in on what happened the night Stephen was murdered.
Aaron Jenkins, that particular night, he's been thinking he's in the company with his girlfriend. He decides that he knows where there's a motorbike, a steal, that he can then sell to his mate.
Obviously, he must have seen his motorbike being at the premises while he was working there before he was sacked.
And it's when he's inside the premises that he discovered Stephen and hatches a new plan. get revenge on the person who he thinks must be his job.
Aaron Jenkins' girlfriend went outside when he came back out without a motorcycle. She wondered what had gone on, and it was there that Aaron Jenkins said to her that he thinks he's killed somebody.
Jenkins tells police how he stumbled upon Stephen unexpectedly.
He heard a noise from within the canteen premises. The radio was on with Stephen was listening to. He took it upon himself to investigate what that particular noise was. He saw Stephen fast asleep in the chair. The same man who had been involved in a scuffle with him 3 weeks before.
I think his intention was to steal this motorbike, and then he opportunistically saw him in such a vulnerable position. I think that he had these background feelings of resentment and hatred towards him because of the humiliation that he felt from Stephen calling him lazy and from that fight that subsequently occurred. And it's at this moment that something dramatic clicks inside of Aaron. All this built-up frustration and this resentment rises to the surface, and he chooses this moment to get his payback.
He takes the sledgehammer. He picks the sledgehammer up and then walks off to his stairs. So this is a moment of time that has elapsed between him seeing Stephen in the first place, to him recovering the weapon, to him walking back up to where he dismissed him, and then assaulting him. So that for me shows a degree of premeditation and intent.
You have to wonder if he hadn't gone to take the motorbike, or if Stephen had just been awake, then I think it's quite likely that this revenge attack on Stephen might not have ever happened. It's just that Aaron saw the opportunity and he took it.
I think the vast majority of revenge lies in the front. I think this is an exceptionally rare case where the resentment is there, but the plan is not quite pre-planned, but it's not fully intended.
On August the 1st, 2015, Aaron Jenkins was charged with the murder of Stephen Whitehead. His girlfriend is charged with perverting the course of justice. However, Jenkins claims his learning disabilities mean he's not fully responsible for his actions and seeks diminished responsibility.
A big part of the trial was the medical evidence, the forensic psychology evidence from the doctors as to the status of the man of Aaron Jenkins.
If his claim is upheld, he can't be charged with murder.
This responsibility changes murder to manslaughter. As a forensic psychiatrist, I have had dozens of cases where I've given evidence for a potential psychiatric defense of diminished responsibility. But actually it's quite hard to prove because you need to have a recognized, diagnosed mental illness with clear symptoms. Crucially, it has to affect their ability to understand their conduct, to form a rational judgment, and also to exhibit self-control.
Aaron, had trouble in the past, and he had trouble controlling his impulses due to his learning difficulties and things like that. But, I don't know 9-year-olds that goes around using sledgehammers on people's heads.
I don't believe it whatsoever. A lot of times in his life, I've known people to get an advanced job. Why this one time? What about all the other times?
After a grueling week-long trial, the jury retired to consider Aaron's defense.
The verdict was murder, which I think is right. The justice prevailed.
I was definitely after that I was getting sent next to it. To me, Bob Aaron was grateful. To be honest, I don't think he deserves to come out whatsoever.
Aaron Jenkins is given a mandatory life sentence for murder with a minimum term of 17 Joel says if you could come to his detention training order for a period of 8 months, it would revert to the court of justice.
The very fact that the court considered and rejected the potential psychiatric defense of diminished responsibility shows that they considered that despite the fact that Aaron had learning disability, he still was able to think through his actions and he still did not take potential opportunities to change his mind when he was going through the act of brutally and senselessly killing Stephen.
He started off pretty small. It was just fighting at work after, some words were exchanged, and that's what's shocking about it. We've all been in situations where somebody says something you don't like, but nobody takes being called lazy to the point where they're capable of committing murder, although they should, but obviously have to. But I was obviously sad at the same time as being angry. He was a good guy. I looked up to work. It's tough to take because it makes you think like, who can you trust then? Like, how can you trust people? Only so many people know about the situation and only so many people talk about Steve. So it's just good for time to get some spoken about it.
Whilst police investigation was successfully prosecuted, Aaron Jenkins, for the family, they have to live with this forever. His daughter rekindled a relationship with Stephen. She is now without a father for the rest of her life, so she is suffering from her own life change. And his siblings who loved him dearly are left now without a brother. So clearly something that they will never, ever, ever get over and never forget. He was the victim of a prolonged and brutal attack, a revenge murder. It was just shocking beyond belief. Why would anyone want to do a thing like that? A brutal murder.
The son, feeling wronged by the desire for payback. Love, hate, jealousy, revenge, these emotions cause people to do unimaginable things.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder. Your intention is to murder. Your intention all along.
You sense the frustration and anger.
You never really know who a person is. You can't tell.
You couldn't accept that there was no path to turn the body his back.
As a victim of murder, revenge is the most shocking of all.
It's this certain level of premeditation to become obsessive on this anger. It's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and it's all about power. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Shahad Das and criminologist Honor Jerome Harrington investigate the triggers that make people commit these horrific crimes.
Really hard to imagine who hated her enough to want her dead.
We can expect anybody to survive such a attack. The underlying motive was revenge. Pure, simple, cold, and callous.
On the 23rd of August 2014, Lancashire Police received a 999 call reporting a vicious attack in the Deepdale area of Preston.
It was a bank holiday weekend. I was the duty detective superintendent for Lancashire, so I got called out based on an aspect inspector. What I got told then was that a young man called John Hyde confirmed his dead by Parnelli.
John Joe Hyde is an 18-year-old father of one.
I saw it being stabbed repeatedly, but quite horrendous, stab going across his neck. It was, in my opinion, excessive violence.
Now, police have to break the tragic news to family and friends.
I got a phone call have been stabbed. It's just instantly brought down instantly. It's like a horrible, horrible feeling. The whole side street was just flashing outside, and it was raining. I just know there was blood, it was raining, all eyes were on us. I remember just saying bye, but it was horrible, honestly. Just, why did it happen? It's one of the things you think, obviously, that's what crosses my mind. Right next to where John Joe's body lay was a samurai sword with what looked like blood on it. Only the first car was a broken, gold-up head, one of the old drivers. The level of force used to break two weapons, the level of violence to cause such injuries to a human being, left me in no doubt this was an intention to murder. Nobody could expect anybody to survive such an attack.
John Joe's injuries and the weapons found at the scene revealed a frenzied attack carried out by multiple assailants.
People die in many different ways. I don't think there's many worse or more horrifying ways that somebody could die. Obviously, that is just absolutely terrible.
One of my colleagues was working a weekend shift and called me about a young man who'd been stabbed. To hear that any person who's been murdered is always really bad news. Being able to explain what happened, what had gone on, and resulted in the death of this young man.
Prior to the attack, John Joe had been out with friends drinking in the local pub.
He could have just walked home with his mate just round the corner and lived together. But John Joe got half a pint left and lost 50p on the pool table. So he had the last game of pool, finished his drink, everybody knows, and then wandered out.
Witnesses describe how the attack unfolded.
The story I get was that two cars had arrived, then a balaclava clad masked men got out and pursued John Joe and caught him between two cars. And he lay dead there. John Joe was a great kid, but in that situation, imagine what thoughts was going through John Joe's head at that time and seeing attack by all them people. That's what I think. It breaks my heart. It's cowardly, isn't it? That's what it is.
So, this is not a typical revenge case. This was a brutal attack. It was planned. It was targeted. So the question is, why?
Even though street violence is a relatively common form of criminality, violence at this level as well strikes me as an organized, planned attack specifically targeting this person. It doesn't feel opportunistic. It's almost more of a saving face than it is a personal attack. The victim is almost inconsequential.
And with gangs, especially with gang rivalries, they have to be seen to be acting against anybody who disrespects them. They have to take them. If they don't, they might be seen as weak, and other gangs might move into their territory.
It becomes almost a group hurt that they're trying to reconcile as a collective, because it is all about that loyalty and commitment to one another above all else.
So it makes me wonder what's the seed behind this attack, what's the root cause of the problem, and who is the ringleader.
With no idea who was behind the attack, investigators race to find any evidence of who killed John Joe.
We've got one scene. The golden hour stuff that's gone forever. He died between those two cars. So I thought there's at least 3 or 4 or 5 people in that small area. So I hope this is a transfer of fibers, DNA, fingerprints. We didn't get that message, have we?
With no forensic evidence, police returned to the matter unresolved. Why would anyone want to brutally murder John Joe Hyde?
I wasn't clear at that stage whether it was targeted on John Joe or targeted on any member of his group of mates and associates. But with mistaken identity and somebody else arrested, a lot of questions whirling around his mind.
bystander reveals information about John Joe's past that could provide answers about who is behind his murder.
Was telling us that John Joe had been assaulted quite badly about a year before and been trying to avoid being out and trying to avoid this person. Clearly consumed John Joe's thinking and then was convinced that this person would be involved in this attack.
The fact that John Joe was attacked before, that he survived, I think is extremely telling. It means that the perpetrator, whoever carried out the first attack, probably feels like they've failed. And there's probably a pressure in finishing the job. Whatever feelings, emotions motivated that first attack clearly haven't gone away. If anything, it appears that it's all festered, it's grown, it's escalated. So now they feel that they have to finish off the job. They can't fail the second time.
We knew this was pre-planned. We knew there was a degree of preparation for this. So the hypothesis at the time was, well, they asked John Joe to take vengeance now against him.
News of a previous attack on 18-year-old John Joe Hyde suggests a detective investigating his murder that has been carried out in revenge.
Roughly about a year ago, John Joe was assaulted. 3 people involved in that assault.
Could the same people be behind both attacks?
He was walking down the street, 2 lads jumped up from behind the car, they were hidden, something like that, or round the corner. They'd seen John Joe and they stabbed him.
John Joe suffered really horrific injuries. Multiple stab and slash wounds to his legs and his back. The descriptions of those injuries, as they were told before, was disclosed with throat.
As a result of this attack, John Joe needed to have extensive surgery and undergo rehabilitation to regain his ability to walk. Those responsible were arrested.
I think 2 might have been convicted, but John Joe was almost fixated on another person who was not convicted of that assault and was avoiding him.
1 year on, could this other person now be responsible for his death?
It's a common sense link, isn't it, to say that he'd been attacked in the year previously very seriously with a machete.
With a similar weapon being used in the latest attack, police pulled the names of those involved.
It's been alleged that the people involved in that previous incident couldn't have been around at that time.
All 3 main people from that attack were in prison. So that means they were not involved that night. But still, it doesn't mean that they're not behind it. So we have to continue to look at all possibilities.
People in prison, particularly those in a gang, still act upon revengeful thoughts because they usually have a criminal network they can access on the outside. The question is, what in John Joe's past could have been the trigger point for that act of revenge?
This crime took place in Deepdale, which is an area of Preston that's about a mile outside of the city centre. Fairly working class area. Like a lot of cities, some young people, if they don't continue in education or if they don't continue in employment, can become quite disengaged. And unfortunately for those young people, then that's when the problems begin to start.
John Joe fell in with the wrong crowd and became involved in low-level drug dealing and marijuana use.
My brother started smoking weed and told his friends. I was very anti-drugs when I was a kid. You know, I'm not a hypocrite. You know, I've done drugs in the past.
John Joe's behaviour ultimately led to a rift with his brother Byron.
He was harassing my mum for money for weed and stuff like that, and I would come home and after like, you know, say like, what are you doing? And we'd have arguments, fighting and stuff like that, you know. One of my biggest regrets, you know, I lose sleep over it, you know. John practiced in private education, then got into a group that, you know, wouldn't say we organised crime gang. They were just mates. They perhaps deal a bit of weed, deal a bit of this. And that is perhaps how the police view them. But really, there's another picture of John Joe with his child, and that's the real John Joe. John Joe tried his best to be a good dad, tried his best to get out of some of the life he was in. He was certainly not meant to be. It's hard to get out of it. It's hard to go from that to living perhaps minimum wage
getting on the employment ladder. John Jones certainly tried. He's been hugely supported by his family, but it's a struggle.
We know that John Joe has been involved in some sort of low-level criminality. He's trying to change his life around at this point. He's got a young child. He's not getting involved in any of that scene anymore. And so it seems bizarre that he'd be attacked at this point, but he's no longer involved.
He might have felt that he's moved on, but his peers, and particularly his opponents, might not be able to see it simply as that. They might still want to take revenge on him for something he might have done in the past that they found disrespectful.
That means that he maybe even knew his attackers as well. It's a relatively small town, but the chances are these may be people that he knew from around or even from at school. Determined to find out, police brought witnesses who saw the attackers flee at the scene.
We knew that cars had come and gone from the scene very quickly. They'd been shouting. It happened just before midnight as well. People had their windows open. They heard shouts. They heard screaming, and they heard crying.
The information we got from the scene is that John Joe was chatting away to somebody on the street. The two cars pulled up from John Joe's right and screeching around the corner. He immediately put speed in his cars, ran around the corner onto Charlotte Street and crossed towards St. Stephen's Road. John Joe turned this corner, ran across the road here, and must have ran in this direction to the off-light that's just ahead of him. Two cars that arrived were, the first one to arrive was a people carrier. The second one was definitely Vauxhall Vectra.
And with it comes the sighting of a partial number plate.
The best chance we have of finding anybody involved in this is the Vauxhall Vectra and the number plate.
That seemed to be the absolute catalyst of the investigation. They needed to find that car.
But officers fear the owner may dispose of the vehicle, and with it, vital evidence.
Straight away you're thinking, if they're going to set fire to it, they're going to scrap it, or they're going out of town with it, or they're convinced that car was involved in the attack.
The model of vehicle, along with the partial number plate, triggers a match on the police database. The car is linked to Owen Whiteley, a small-time drug dealer in the Deepdale area of Preston. Owen Whiteley and John Joe were a similar age from the same area. In many ways they're equal, but where there's equals, there's room for rivalry. And so it's just a petty squabble that got out of hand.
John Joe has clearly moved on with his life. He's looking forward. He's put his criminality behind him. But Owen Whitesmith had problems with John Joe that clearly he can't shake. It's well known that within gang culture, there's often a lot of tit for tat retaliation, particularly between two rival gangs. But we have to wonder what it is in the case of Owen Whitesmith. What has made him feel this way? What is driving his motivation for revenge? Was it revenge for status and credibility?
Owen Whitesmith was a Preston lad, probably similar background to the victim. The man that's made bad choices, he's got involved in drug dealing, he was quite a persistent drug dealer across Preston. So I knew the name involved us.
I knew Owen well. You know, when I was in my early teenage years, he was always around. Everyone knew who he was. Everyone knew his mum. Everyone knew everyone.
Owen Whitesmith's stupid enough to use a car, but there's a link to him, not beyond the realms of possibility. All sources were into him.
John Joe had been murdered.
It seems to me that the incident that sparked off this entire chain of events was fairly minor. Somebody headbutting a woman that was associated with Owen Whitesmith. But the level of retaliation far exceeds that. We're talking about a murder-to-assault. And in response to that, there's a murder. And to me, it seems quite symbolic. It feels like the gang is trying to send a message they're not really trying to do. The common assault that occurred at Owen Whitesmith's house the previous night was a simple common assault. It was by an unknown male, and that man was definitely not John Joe Hyten. But the important factor is Owen Whitesmith would have been left with the thought it was potentially one of John Joe Hyten's group that did it.
Owen Whitesmith now has a vendetta against anyone he perceives to be connected to those involved in the attack.
Initially, they seemed like quite a minor incident, but as I started talking to his associates and his friends, things started to escalate quite quickly.
It happened on to revenge.
After learning that John Joe Hyten's murder could be an act of revenge in retaliation for an assault the day before, the following morning, police move in on the owner of a vehicle seen fleeing the scene.
When the acting sergeant led her team into that house, the officers went straight upstairs and found Owen Whitesmith in bed. A couple of officers dealt with Owen Whitesmith, but clearly that was a shocking incident for anybody. And she said to officers that Owen Whitesmith has been with me in that house all night long, has not been out.
Owen Whitesmith denied having anything to do with it. Said, I have nothing to do with it. It's not my car.
But documents discovered at the scene suggest otherwise.
They recovered a vehicle document relating to the car, the Vectra, and the only words that Owen Whitesmith said was he sold that vehicle 3 weeks ago. Instantly associated with that vehicle. That tells us a lot. He gave no other details than that. He didn't give an explanation. He only said one phrase. Sold that car 3 weeks ago. Yet, I felt the recovery of that document was important. That linked him again to that vehicle. The vehicle's still not found. It's not parked outside that address. It's not found on streets of Preston, and we're still looking for it.
At that point, the vehicle is the only thing potentially connecting Owen Whitesmith to the scene of John Joe's murder, until they search the bathroom.
As the police searched Owen Whitesmith's house, they found blood in the bathroom.
With the search taking place just hours after the attack on John Joe, it could be the breakthrough they need.
That blood in the sink and shower does not appear to have come from Owen Whitesmith. There's unusual. But has he had a shower? And is that John Joe Hyten's blood? That was John Joe's blood. They told that Owen Whitesmith could not explain that. The attack on John Joe seemed quite impulsive, quite reactionary. It was planned to a degree, but from Owen Whitesmith's perspective, it feels like he was so preoccupied with just exacting his revenge that he didn't really put in much full thought into how he's going to get away with it. The blood in the sink, Owen using a car that's clearly connected to him, all of this to me indicates that he's so focused on the actual revenge itself that he's not really thinking about the future and about covering his tracks.
As they wait to hear their results of the look, police turn their attention to anyone else who Owen had been in contact with before the attack.
This was a premeditated attack. So the police were trying to find communications that clearly demonstrated that.
So straight away thinking who else is involved. Under the pillow was a broken phone that he was split in two, where Owen Whitesmith's finger had been with the SIM card relating to that phone.
Phones are an important part of any investigation, but particularly in the case of revenge crime, because they help us to see the communication around the perpetrator in the time leading up to the attack. It's possible that Owen Whitesmith deliberately broke his phone to avoid it being lived through, but regardless, even a broken phone can provide so much important intel.
The biggest thing I was hoping to find from the phone was who was on the job. 7 to 10 masked men, who were in the two cars.
door.
Owen White's anger increases as the day goes on. Quickly gets all the well pulled out, referred to as Scottish Aaron, who transpires to be a man called Aaron Graham. Then through the day, Aaron Graham is the instigator. She's the one that's egging Owen Whitesmith on.
And then as messages were swapped, messages were exchanged, and there was pressure on him, I think, to do something. It built up, it built up, it built up.
He contacted other men that he knew that he thought would be able to back him up, and he started rallying the troops to
Everybody carrying weapons, nodding back into the force. We've got to go and do it, so we're egging each other on. So this is just an exchange of text between Whitesmith and Graham. Graham saying, what soldiers have we got? L's for Owen, big weapons. Who's L's for Owen? He's got big weapons, is what Owen Whitesmith says. And then you just show there is Aaron Graham's final text, motivating him. Good, good. Make sure they're all back into the full slam. Text me when you're healing. That tells us a few things. It shows clear attack plans. It's clear intention. Not to cause John Joe harm, but one his group. And also, it's Graham that's motivated White. Make sure they're all back into the full slam. Does that mean we should all have weapons with them? Prepared to do violence on somebody? This has a lot of language psychology, so we can see that they're making each other on. It also means that they're fully committed to this act. None of them can now step away because they will be seen as weak by the rest of the group.
We believe that some of these guys may be involved in kind of low-level drug dealing. If that is the case, then perhaps the levels of violence that they're aware of within that drug dealing trade becomes almost normalized, and that might be a way to explain why the attack on John Joe was so violent so quickly. It wasn't an attack that escalated. They went out immediately with the intent to harm him in the most horrendous way possible. The text demonstrated clear intention to do someone harm. But was it John Joe or someone from John Joe's group they were after?
Everything started from there. Bizarre as it seems, this was pure revenge for a conversant headbutt on Owen Whitesmith's mother's friend, who he didn't even particularly care for. His biggest issue was, he's a drug dealer in Preston, he can't allow him that. It wasn't John Joe Hyson, and he was left blaming John Joe's groups and mates. At 19 minutes past 11, Saturday 23rd of August 2014, an horrendous pack of young men hunted down poor John Joe Hyson as a member of a group that they had a grudge with. Obviously, I've not had the benefit of assessing Owen Whitesmith in person, but I think we can make some inferences about the likely character traits. To me, he comes across as somebody who's obviously quite sensitive to disrespect, somebody who can't handle any level of criticism, somebody who's quite impulsive in their actions, but also somebody that feels like this is a very short window of time when he has to make a reactionary decision. Perhaps because of the context of operating within a gang, he feels like he has to show strength immediately.
Now, the perpetrators in this case are not specifically looking for John Joe. They're just looking for anyone associated with John Joe and his friends. They're out for revenge, but even they're not really sure who they're looking for. With other potential suspects emerging from the text messages, police make a move on Owen Whitesmith and his associates.
To arrest somebody like Owen Whitesmith was a challenge. Just how do you go and get him? There's been this horrific murder. A firearms officer involved, public order officers involved. Who's in that house? Previous night, a child was in that house. All was in that house. One's friend was in the house.
As well as Owen Whitesmith, police arrested multiple members of his circle of friends, all
charges. When Owen Whitesmith's mother went to the police station and gave him an alibi, saying that he was in with her all night, it really created a problem for the police, because essentially it became her word against his. Owen Whitesmith now had a solid alibi, and they couldn't disprove it.
The police have a lot of circumstantial evidence linking Owen Whitesmith to this attack. So obviously this alibi is now a fly in the ointment. But we have to ask ourselves, is it genuine? Is it true? Or is it just a case of the mother lying to protect herself?
And then, another blow for the police.
The results come back to show that that blood belonged to Owen Whitesmith's younger brother. Absolute deflation in the inquiry team. It was his brother's, so if his nose had bled, not that night, the night before.
At the time, Owen Whitesmith still claimed that the vehicle spotted at the scene it was his, meaning police are not yet able to bring charges.
The witnesses can name anybody at the scene. That's incredible frustration. So we knew we had to find that car.
Police turned their attention to number plate recognition cameras, known as ANPR, across the city. They might show where the vehicle was blocked next.
The box pulled extra pins, less than 1 mile from the scene, about half an hour before the attack. Really interestingly was, it hadn't pinned the 3 months before the attack, and hasn't pinned since the murder. That told me, I believe, half impressed us.
Following a public appeal, they received a call about a possible sighting 30 miles away.
And of course, inside the car, no walkers.
It's clear there has been an attempt to torch the vehicle.
It's been burnt out. But they haven't found the windows down. So it burnt and ran out of oxygen. And there was still forensic evidence in that car that was just unexplainable to Owen Whitesmith. And here's 2 pictures showing rubbish that's in the footwell. And under that rubbish, when you pick it apart, there's this important picture there. You can see the mat on the footwell, and there is the clasp, the samurai sword.
It's a significant find.
On the floor, right next to where John John's body lay, was a broken samurai sword. We never recovered the handle of the samurai sword. I believe that was the clasp of the samurai sword. On the back of that clasp, where his hand had been, was Owen Whitesmith's DNA. That was 3 million to 1 chance it could be anybody else. Also, the golden nugget moment.
When presented with all of this evidence against her son, Owen Whitesmith's mother then admits that she's been lying to the police, whereas she tried to protect her son by providing an alibi. But ultimately, it's her word against the police, and when faced with the evidence they've proved, she has no choice but to tell the truth.
With Owen Whitesmith in custody, the net tightens around the rest of the gang involved in the revenge attack on John Jones.
The stuff we found on the phones was enough to charge Aaron Ray and Ray Moulton with murder, and separately, Stephen Moulton was also charged with murder. So before now he's also been charged with murder. And the evidence is building.
With witnesses at the scene describing 2 vehicles, the hunt is on to find the other car, potentially further suspects.
The first car is described as a people carrier, potentially, possibly a Renault Phoenix, but not so sure. That's the first car to arrive that's reached to a halt.
But after watching grainy CCTV, vehicle experts suggest a different model.
She looks at the CCTV, very grainy images, and she takes them to various car dealers and comes back and tells me this is a Vauxhall Mariva. Straight away, put that on ANPR. The only one it pinged was owned by a Minaj Musa. It pinged the night in the right area.
Hayden. His attackers appear in court charged with joint enterprise murder. It means they're all responsible for John Joe's death, no matter who struck the killer blow.
John Joe's mum came to court every day. I don't know how she did it. She sat there and listened to the horrific things that happened to her son, and she was very, very dignified.
In court, John Joe's family finally hear the truth about how he died. At 8 p.m. on the 23rd of August 2014, while John Joe Hayden is with friends at the pub, Owen Whitesmith is texting with his associates.
They went out looking to settle the score, not necessarily with the people that were there, but with anybody that might be associated with them.
By 9:43 p.m., two vehicles patrolling the street. The people inside have one thing on their minds: revenge.
Looking at those text messages, some of them were involved in motivating each other to take vengeance now.
Text bounced back and forth between them as they search for someone to hide.
Text messages indicate it wasn't John Joe. It was by chance. Which is part of the upsetting thing.
Then at 10:13 p.m., John Joe Hayden leaves the pub to head home.
His friends had left 10-15 minutes before. John Joe stayed for the final game of pool and to finish his last pint. He had a nice evening out with friends. He went outside and just chatting to somebody when these two cars raced up on a new ramp. So they basically explained who he was looking for until they got to the point where he couldn't find no one. Up until the point where I can't remember what the message said, but it was like, oh, we've just seen John Joe. And the detective said, Pub was on a heavy street and he's only been 40 yards away. So one of the things that gets you is just the unluckiness of John Joe. If he'd have gone home earlier, he'd have been off the streets. Stayed 10 minutes extra in the pub. If he hadn't, he just got home. And life's like that by short margins.
He was literally hunting. He was looking for this person or what turned out to be obviously anybody associated to this, to this offence or to the person in question. So he paid the price of someone else's choices. John Joe was subject to some of the most brutal, extreme levels of violence that I've seen in recent times. His murder was prolonged, painful, and committed by multiple assailants, which means that John Joe was so vulnerable in his last moments, and this really stands out as just a horrific crime. I think the really sad thing about this case as well is that John Joe was essentially the victim of a revenge attack for something that he didn't even do. After a 13-week trial, the jury retired for deliberation.
On the Thursday, they came back guilty to murder to Owen Whitesmith, Aaron Graham, Steve Walton, and Craig Walton.
In all, 6 members of the gang are handed murder convictions. Other suspects are convicted of conspiracy
and we can, people we know.
Yeah, it was just normal. It was brilliant. We literally terrorised each other. Or should I say I terrorised him. Like, I do what we're supposed to do. And I thought, I remember when he was like, grab a shot, but he actually had a photo with it. That was, I'm all very scared of something. I woke up halfway closer. He's impacted my life massively. The parents have it all there. So, John Joe's death has ruined my life, not just for making me lose my first best mate, my brother, but I can talk about it because I've built up so much of a wall of resilience. I can talk about it. But it's ruined my life. It's robbed me from certain emotions that I'm well and truly aware of that I've not got over. And I hate that. I think the only way I'm okay to talk about it is because I've got a solid group of friends around me. I've got my fiance, my mum, and my brother's son. Very unlucky to have all that stuff happen, but I'm very blessed to have such a good, solid social circle of good people around me. So I'm a fully functioning broken mess, because that's what I am. I've got to laugh about it. I am a train wreck, which will crash, because I'm not going to let it. That's it, really. Yeah.
John Joe's brother Byron now travels the country telling his story in a series of anti-knife crime presentations called the JJ Effect. As part of this campaign, Byron seizes knives from children and adults that would otherwise be carried on the street.
So as you can see, there's absolutely hundreds of knives, hammers, other weapons, and the youngest knife in this pile is from a kid at Drumstick.
I know that John Joe's brother's doing a lot of really good work. His work is really effective. He's got a powerful story to tell, and he's able to reach people who might be vulnerable to falling between the cracks in a way that other people can't. Hopefully they can stop it from happening to somebody else.
go back to being a child.
In life, there were two Mildas. The first was a Christian woman who lost her husband and daughter in a tragic accident. You would know the second Milda. This is not the first time Milda's passed away.
Hello. Are you here for a confession? No, I'm not. I just moved out here. My girlfriend is here in the house. Relax, it's all in your fun. When I was 12, my father was killed. We hit from the hotel and I stopped solo on my car. The owner was nice at first, but then he barely had anything to eat. We worked hard. But he wanted my mother. And when she wouldn't have him, he raped her. One day afterward, he beat her so bad. She was in her deathbed. And she made me promise myself to God. I did. The next day I killed the owner. I killed the owner's father. I had to raise my sister on my own. And we survived. We survived, Father. But you know what?
Oh, man. Hey, see your son? Mm-hmm. I drove this every Friday to get dinner at Twist. 20 years. But now I can't. You know why? Why is that, baby? Because my wife, she took my team. Well, maybe she has your best interest. Oh, you're not a believer. One day I will get my team. And I will drive over to work. Do you believe me? I will. One day, you will believe me.
Why are you so close to me? I don't know. I just never had a family of my own. It's so sad.
Some people that are alone for a reason.
The good side. Hold on for here. And here is where we will stay for good. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. Look, you brought a new canvas, didn't I? Oh, okay. Gabriel, please clean up the yard out front. It's atrocious. Oh, Emma, would you please show me your new work? Do you like it? Oh, fine. I mean, it isn't finished yet, right? Emma, I know how you love muscles. Oh, no, Aunt. Remember, I'm allergic. Oh, well, I have a feeling that someday you will love them. Enjoy. Look at you. Your mother would be so proud. I wish I could shake hands again. You know, I know this might sound crazy, but sometimes I can communicate with loved ones. Perhaps I'll show you someday. Even my parents, especially your parents.
You got a lot of work to do here. This place is a mess. I have no idea. My name is Joseph. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Hey, she know about that cross? About my what? About that cross? I don't know, man.
What's wrong? Oh, that man. He just drives this big hole in this place. Someone should put him away. You can't help us, Imelda. There is good in everyone. It's okay. She can't help it. She's always been an empath.
paying us to bring home injured birds to our mother. I'd do without you two. Just know, we will always be together. Hello? Hello?
Emma?
Yes? Who's this?
This is Ernesto.
Ernesto?
I'm a long-time friend of your aunt. I'm sure she must have mentioned me.
Oh, Ernesto, I'm so sorry. I don't think so. What time is it?
It's late. I'm sorry to call you, but I must inform you that Nita has just passed away.
Also, I just saw her.
Yeah. She was peaceful. There will be a small funeral. And Celeste has to travel here as soon as possible.
And Gabriel?
You come there?
She's my boyfriend.
You could send him Ricky as well.
But you know,
When can you get here?
Welcome. I was just about to give up hope if anyone else would come. Do you have a eulogy prepared? Please.
In life, there were two Mildreds. The first was a Christian woman who lost her husband and daughter in a tragic accident. But even after this accident, she committed herself to becoming a nun, and she worked at the Catholic orphanage. But that changed. Few would know the second Milda. You see, this is not the first time Milda passed away. She miraculously came back to life once after a fire in which many innocent children died. What kind of God would allow that to happen? Don't you see? After she came back to life, she couldn't commit herself to God. So she started life over. She developed her own beliefs. She was a good woman, a loving woman.
Wonderful speech. You must be her niece.
Ernesto?
Charm. I see you were very close.
She didn't speak much about the people that she.
Well, let's get to business. All the documents are at the house. We have to go over some unique stipulations.
Situation.
She told you, right?
I really
You shouldn't stay in a house where somebody just died, Elizabeth.
means that's because
Looks like a sign. Mm-hmm. It was gag gift, actually. I received this from the club, or a building I belong to. A very exclusive one. This is a truly beautiful house. Not worth a fortune. Have you thought about that? Oh, our old friends. Can you believe they still call after all these years?
I did that.
They can get very chatty. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, we are just checking. Maybe you can go to the place. I will send you on the phone. Thank you. There was a man named Fritz. He escaped the fire too. You see, one of the things that Milda wanted you to do was to keep up with our scholars and just speak with them regularly.
You mean Milda, live here?
Don't worry, it will be worth your time. Well, the final stipulation is a little bit eccentric.
Under no circumstances is your friend Gabriel Verde allowed to live or stay in the house.
My friend Rich, what? He's a joke. Now, can we just go? Please.
Then just leave it done.
No, I'm not going to do that. I can tell you right now, I'm not letting either of you stay here alone. I don't like it here. This is going to compromise. Okay, we'll just go back to the apartment. So let's see. As the executor of the world, I had to put it in front of you. But shall we say I'm willing to look the other way on this matter?
Really?
Indeed. Let's just finish this and we can go. What? You must have forgotten the preamble. You just go back and get it. Very sorry. I live far away and I don't see well at night. Don't worry. I can give you a ride. I think you're tired. You should get some rest. Get some rest. I'll interest.
I just have. This house is all ours. Yesterday we couldn't even pay our bills. Let's just make this right. Just one night.
What's the list there? You come back. Emma, come back. Emma. You're fine. Where are you going? Emma, where are you going? Emma, come back. Yeah.
Why are you so scared of basements? You should have gotten that by now.
We're having a good time. Emma, no.
Oh, what happened? Tell me.
My mom was to get out. And I had to search her. And search her. Are you happy now?
Killed the president.
Where'd you have that?
You didn't hear that?
No.
You did?
Sorry.
Came out to this young lady,
Okay.
so-called healthcare worker, was videotaping herself working on disabled patients. First thing came to my mind, put her under the jail. You ain't got no business even working on the people. Unless they ask. And even if they ask for it, you still ain't got no business doing that. That is punishment and law. Right. And then to show the mug shot, and that's what the mug shot. I said to myself, anybody still
What's that?
some little fire marshal field type of food going on here. I know better than this. Her being rotten headed ain't got nothing to do with us working on those patients. But you ain't, I know you're not gonna sit up here and have me working on people and you rotten headed.
Good morning.
Am
Emma, if you don't mind, I have a proposition.
Yeah.
You bring the bench. Yes, we'll get to that, but first, there's
Yeah.
a small gallery. Now, we need someone to take over just for a few minutes.
In our gallery?
You got the
And
nerve
that would be a great place for you to finish your work. We should
wrong.
Sure.
No, they
my
don't
dad.
take my
Actually, I got the rules. Not rules,
right.
trust me.
Boris Johnson himself called a Muslim woman in a burqa a collectible. And do you call that banter?
For me personally, if I was wearing that, somebody said that to me, I'd laugh. Something else actually quite funny.
Boris Johnson himself called a Muslim woman in a burqa.
Déjame tranquila. Sí, me siento mejor. Ya no me molestes más.
Hello? Hello? No contestes.
El pastel.
Hello? What's this? Hey, how was it? Well, I should be down for the day. We'll see you tomorrow. And the papers.
We took care of that in the gallery. Just for a few days, Dave. I was thinking,
What? Where have you been?
we should go back home for a few days.
What are you talking about?
See,
Look, his house is making all of us crazy. Can we just go? You know I can't. Emma? Emma?
you going?
I need to go to the shop.
I need to go.
Why?
So I want to go to the church. Why did you lock the door?
Sorry.
Can we talk about what's going on?
What's going on is you're drinking more and more and acting paranoid. We can actually get ahead and you're fucking this up.
Fucking this up. Emma, I moved to this country for you. I moved my sister for you. I changed my whole life for you. For us.
I met you in Colombia, Gabriel. I didn't imagine this for us. Go back to the apartment for a little while. Go back to work. What are you even doing here?
I'm doing it. I can protect my mom, but I will protect you and Celeste.
Protect us from what, Gabe? Tell me. You're a danger to us. You're a danger to yourself.
Yeah, but you have to be honest with yourself.
This is me being honest with myself. We're here. Amanda?
your confession? No, I'm not. I just moved out here. My girlfriend inherited a house. Nelda's house. Yeah. Please come see me again. Now is not a good time.
don't have a window. I can make travel rentals for them. Why don't you tell me what the hell is going on here? Who are these guys? It's the agreement that fulfills MO not inherited states. Well, we must be going. Let me call Emma first. Sure. Yeah, just take your time talking over. We'll reasonable choice.
You know you can't do that, right? For paper. She's fine. She's bad. So she's pretty tough.
She didn't say anything to me.
There were a lot of things she told me that she needed to know.
For what?
What about she tired of me?
belong to you?
We live close to the ocean. It may have jumped into the window.
Oh, hell enough that.
Could be a flying fish, you know. You can't blame Pangella for everything. I tried to defend you. With reputation receipts. My apologies. Anyway, back to this Bright Night Part 2. Chef Paul once a time ago, I just remember what he called Chef Paul 1. It wasn't called Part 1 though, it was called Bright Night. Yeah, they never plan ahead. You think they said, alright, we're going to do a sequel, so we'll do Part 1 first. And then people wait to get to the patient Part 2. But no, Bright Night was Bright Night Part 2. Just like how Roddy McDowell, we all know Roddy McDowell. So, anyways, let's go ahead and start that film. We will check with you halfway through and enjoy it. Right, too.
Trying to be knocking on the windows and